within the campus of CDOT, which is a premier R&D institution of Government of India. It is truly historic landmark that will set new milestones of cooperation and collaboration between India and other South Asian countries, and the ITU that will act as a catalyst for furthering novel research and cutting-edge innovation in the area of emerging dimensions of telecom landscape. It will further boost the creation of advanced digital infrastructure with focus on developing targeted ICT applications for wider digital empowerment. It is indeed a great opportunity for the stakeholders of the telecom ecosystem, R&D, academia, industry, startups, MSMEs, and telecom associations to deliberate upon various contemporary telecommunication issues, themes in close association with prestigious ITU. This will also bring the Indian telecom space closer to ITU with more active and coordinated participation by various stakeholders that would result into significant contribution from India and South Asian countries towards telecom technology standards, development, and global policy making. We are honored by the august presence of Honorable Ministers of Telecom and ICT of Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, Iran, and Sri Lanka, who have so kindly consented to grace this event with their benign presence. On behalf of CDOT, I extend a warm welcome you all the sirs for sharing your precious time with us and making this event more special and with your gracious and kind presence here. I am very pleased to welcome our esteemed guest, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau, BDT, at the ITU, who would share his enriching views on building an innovation and entrepreneurship alliance for overall digital development. We express our gratitude to DG Bangladesh for gracing this occasion. I welcome you, sir. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Additional Secretary Shri Kantarao Sahab, Ministry of Communication, Government of India, for extending his continuous support of building to support building a mutually productive global alliance with ITU and furthering CDOT's indigenous R&D endeavors. I would also like to welcome senior officers from ITU, DOT, TSDSI, and other esteemed representatives from R&D, industry, academia, startups, MSc, and our friends from the media who are present here with us for this function. Today's event would also witness the signing of the training partnership agreement between ITU and NTIPRET, DOT. This would lead to the creation of tailored training programs for diverse areas of telecom that would significantly benefit the members of telecom fraternity. We would also have thought-provoking sessions on a wide variety of topics centered around the innovative ecosystem amid insightful talks by the galaxy of field experts and veterans in this field. I extend my warm welcome and gratitude to all our esteemed speakers and panelists for their gracious presence at the event. On behalf of CDOT, I once again extend a very warm welcome and gracious welcome to all our distinguished guests and dignitaries here. And at last, I would like to apologize for the delay in the start of this function. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akpadai, for your very warm welcome remarks. I am now delighted to invite Dr. Cosmos Sawazawa, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau of ITU, to deliver his opening remarks.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to CDOT for hosting us, DOT, and the government of India for the hospitality extended to us. I'm very much honored to be here, and greetings from the other elected officials of ITU who could not make it here, but I feel at home. The honorable ministers, it is a pleasure to be among you and all protocols observed. I want to welcome you to this very important event. My speech will focus on 3 whys. Why the area office, why the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance, and why the Innovation Center that we are celebrating today. Ladies and gentlemen, why the area office? India has been a pioneer in 5G, leading CG development, and a leader in digital public infrastructure, deep research, such as quantum computing and telecommunications, and the standards, of course. India is a leading voice in the work of ITU. India is rising deep tech domains such as AI, machine learning, drones, robotics, quantum computing, space tech, and space has become the new frontier, clean tech and blockchain. And finally, India also is rising secretariat strengths where these technologies are being applied for the positive digital information society. These sectorial strengths include education, agriculture, health, automotive, energy, aerospace, consumer products and services, and retail, to cite but a few. Today, more than ever before, countries need new, more resilient and forward-thinking approaches to navigate a digital world that has picked unprecedented pace and evolving very fast. As a region, South Asia has made great strides in recent years to drive innovation forward. As we look forward to the future, there is no doubt that innovation will play a critical role in shaping this world. South Asia is home to more than 1.8 billion people and represents a diverse range of cultures, traditions, and perspectives. As a region with a rapidly growing population that is skilled, motivated, it has the potential to become a global hub for innovation and creativity. From Bangalore to Colombo, we are seeing a new generation of innovators, as was demonstrated yesterday, and we can only look with admiration. So this is the world that we are living in, and change is constant, but it is very rapid, and we have to adapt. In short, South Asia is home to some of the world's fastest growing economies that are driving global growth. This presents a unique opportunity for the region to leverage its economic power, invest in innovation, and build enabling environment to foster faster growth of new solutions and address the region's challenges. We are sure that our newly inaugurated Innovation Center and area office in New Delhi will allow us to be closer to the membership and to stimulate activities in the space of information and digital transformation and development. Our team will work together with the different UN country teams in the region to achieve the outcome under the Sustainable Development Goals and within the Sustainable Development Cooperation frameworks. We look forward to being a part of the resident India UN country team and further partnerships with our sister UN agencies in the following digital transformation journey. The proximity to key stakeholders in the region will also enable ITU strengthen technical cooperation and boost telecommunication development by building truly effective and efficient digital ecosystems to drive value across economic sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have a bit of background for the need for this area office, I want to address my second point, which is why the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance. On 25th January this year, I launched the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance for Digital Development, and the response has been overwhelming. Fostering innovation is not easy, as we all know. There are three engines of economic growth that are required to work together. These are the innovation ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem, and technology ecosystem. Their respective maturity and coordination determine a country's digital innovation and strength. With the advent of the digital era, these engines are far more interdependent and vital for socio-economic development. Countries with the capacity to leverage the three engines will have a thriving economy where talent is fulfilled, small and medium enterprises are creating jobs, the government is meeting its service obligations, and the companies are engaging in a healthy competition with world-class experts. Sadly, with our fast-changing technologies, many countries face a growing digital challenge, which has created not only a digital divide and a skills divide, but also an innovation divide. With this, we need to bridge the digital innovation gap and accelerate digital transformation. As director of the BDT, I launched the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance for Digital Development, which aims to support countries in building these critical local enablers while benefiting the global linkages. The Alliance offers a new generation of focused interventions that can create systemic and catalytic impact for developing countries to achieve the 2030 Development Agenda. And as the UN Secretary General said while we were in Doha at the conference for the least developed countries, technology and digital is the only hope to rescue the SDGs. Some countries in the region may be strong in technology development, while others may have a strong manufacturing or a weaker sector that requires technological innovation. By working together, we can combine our strengths and our weaknesses to create something truly innovative and impactful. The Alliance offers a new framework to pool our comparative advantages and resources and tackle the biggest and the most relevant challenges at the local level where it matters, because the local impacts the global. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the third why. Why the Innovation Center? And this is the most important part. One of the vehicles of the Alliance is to build different types of innovation ecosystems and acceleration centers throughout the world. India's vibrant digital innovation ecosystem is the third in producing unicorns globally. Given that India is a strong digital ecosystem and taking the opportunity of the area office with its strong support and leadership from the government of India, we are proud to open the Innovation Ecosystem Acceleration Center under this alliance framework here in India within the premises of the area office. This technology ecosystem acceleration center aims to accelerate 4 strategic objectives with a regional focus and a global reach, which is very important. It is local, but it is serving the global world. These objectives are trend research that will deliver strategic foresight for countries, open technology innovation that will support the development of global goals, and entrepreneurship and SMEs growth to help identify the support to scale up on innovation and business models. And then finally, policy experimentation to accelerate the policy development cycle. The vision of the India Innovation Center is to drive and mainstream emerging technologies and digital innovation in critical aspects of inclusive and sustainable digital transformation regionally and globally. This is to reduce technological inequalities in the key focus areas such as health tech, agri-tech, edtech, and smart sustainable communities, among others. The center will deliver on this vision through a wall of ecosystem approach by accelerating the 4 strategic objectives with the time-bound projects while partnering with regional and global organizations. And the role of academia is critical as the centerpiece of intellectual thinking. Through onboarding and offboarding, these projects and delivering best practices, foresight research, policy briefs, and success stories, the Alliance will share its outcome and experimental learning through the network of stakeholders as well as other innovation centers in the network. It will not only promote South-South cooperation, there will be a hybrid approach, North-South, South-South, South-North contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the last point on our event today. If you have not had a chance to see some of the exhibition stands showcasing some of the cool innovations that can benefit from the Innovation Center's work, I urge you to stroll in the exhibit area and to talk to the innovators and the various stakeholders who are present today. I also invite you to attend one of the co-creation sessions showcasing how this center can help de-risk innovation and scale it up with a whole of ecosystem approach. Of course, we are not fully operational yet, as you can see, but we are ramping up both the area office, staffing, and the innovation center to ensure that you can start benefiting from our efforts today. We in the ITU and we in the development sector focus on human impact. We focus on unmasking technology and showing a human face. And only through that way, we can look back and say, we had a good fight and we have made an impact. If we can touch people's lives, whether it is in the aftermath of a major national disaster, whether it is in mitigating and adapting climate change, whether it is in mitigating epidemics, we still see people rather than technology. And as the Prime Minister said, technology is not power. Technology is empowering. And that way we can make a difference. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zawazawa. May I now invite Mr. Orindam to share with us the welcome.
As a mark of respect to all our esteemed guests, we have a ritual of putting an Angavastram around the shoulder of our esteemed guests. I'll request our CEO to put up a Angavastram around Mr. Zawazawa.
I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Karmadonen Wangdi, Honorable Minister of Information and Communications, the Royal Government of Bhutan, to deliver his opening remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I take this opportunity to convey our heartiest congratulations to the Government of India and the ITU for successfully opening the ITU Area Office and Innovation Center. I would like to express my appreciations and gratitude to the Government of India for providing my team and me the warm welcome and hospitality. I'm very confident that this Innovation Center will be of immense benefit to all the ITU member states. The Royal Government of Bhutan would like to assure the ITU and the Government of India our unwavering support and cooperation. The opening of the ITU Area Office and Innovation Center will not only foster digital and technological uptake in line with the Sustainable Development Goals across South Asia, but will also strengthen the cooperation and collaboration in technology and ICT development. This will further help in reducing the divide between the developing and the developed countries in terms of internet access, digital skills, and ultimately improve socioeconomic development. To specifically mention a few points, the establishment of the ITU Area Office will help in, number one, in the exchange of ideas, success stories, innovation solutions, and global endeavors. Two, in the promotion of introduction of advanced technologies like blockchain and AI. Three, in contributing to the development of ICT and telecommunication networks and services in South Asia, such as 5G and now even the 6G. Four, in providing technical assistance in relation to infrastructure, e-governance, and cross-sectoral ICT applications. Fifth, in assisting the human capability and capacity development. And sixth, in connecting the world and helping to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Bhutan will be one of the immediate beneficiaries of this center. Through this innovation center, we expect to obtain multiple benefits. Just to cite a few examples, since Bhutan is a landlocked country with a very scattered population, it is very challenging to develop digital infrastructure across the country. The ITU Innovation Center could provide technical support to help Bhutan develop and deploy the most suitable broadband infrastructure and other digital technologies in a suitable manner. It can also offer various training programs to help developing nations develop necessary skills and to effectively adopt digital technologies. It could also help build capabilities in emerging technologies, cybersecurity, and digital entrepreneurship, among others. Since the ITU Innovation Center is a hub for innovation, our entrepreneurs, startup, and researchers can collaborate and develop new ideas and also foster new innovation through the sharing of ideas. Although Bhutan has made significant progress in the e-government initiatives, a lot more remains to be done. The ITU Innovation Center can deliver assistance in improving online service delivery and open data platforms, etc. Moreover, since Bhutan is vulnerable to natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, and landslides, the Innovation Center could provide technical assistance and expertise to help Bhutan develop and deploy resilient digital technologies to support disaster management and to prepare responsive planning effectively. I therefore am confident that Bhutan will immensely benefit from this innovation center. In conclusion, I would like to state that my government will remain committed to connecting the unconnected and establishing a harmonious knowledge society, and to take forward digital transformation and to ensure no one is left behind. Thank you and Tashele.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful remarks. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Sharif, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology, Maldives, to deliver his opening statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I'm sure you heard me yesterday, but maybe this is a better time to talk, right? So let me start by reiterating how honored we are here today as we celebrate the inauguration of the ITU area office and the Innovation Center in New Delhi. This milestone marks a new era of collaboration, innovation, and sustainable development in the field of ICTs for the entire South Asia region. We recognize the tremendous potential that digital technology holds for the betterment of our communities. The establishment of this ITU office and the Innovation Center in our region is a testament to our shared commitment to harness the power of ICTs to drive sustainable growth and enhance the quality of life for our people. Excellencies, Maldives have made significant strides in recent years in embracing digital transformation. Our government has launched various initiatives to support digital inclusion, improve connectivity, and promote the development of digital economy. However, we recognize that there is still much work to be done to ensure that everyone in our nation can fully participate and benefit from this digital revolution. Today, we just saw the new ITU area office and the Innovation Center. With its mission to foster collaboration between governments, industry, academia, and other stakeholders, we believe will play a crucial role in helping countries like the Maldives address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. To ensure that our innovators, not just from the Maldives, but from across the global south, and startups can fully participate and benefit from this center, we propose a few suggestions. Right? One, establishment of partnerships. We propose that in this innovation center should forge strong partnerships between the educational institutions in the global south and the research organizations and local startup incubators to promote knowledge exchange, share best practices, and build capacity in the area of digital technology and innovation. Point number 2, host networking events. We believe that this innovation center could organize regional conferences, workshops, and seminars in collaboration with our governments and other stakeholders. These events could provide a platform for our innovators across the South and partnerships to network, learn from experts, show their products or services to a wider audience. As we heard yesterday, there is scale here. And let this innovation center be the nexus of that scale for the rest of the South Asia. Number 3, develop exchange programs. Creating exchange programs that enable entrepreneurs, researchers, and students from across the global South to visit this innovation center and interact with their counterparts in India. These programs could foster cross-cultural understanding, facilitate collaboration, and inspire new ideas for digital development. In addition, this innovation center could be a nexus of mentorship and support for the global South. It can provide startups and innovators across the small, landlocked, island-based communities to access experienced mentors, experts, and resources in the respective fields that were mentioned by my colleague, my peers just before me. Fields of emerging tech like the DLTs, digital ledger technologies, drone technologies, AI, and so on. It could also facilitate access to funding. I believe with ITU and the government of India taking leadership, this innovation center could work closely with startups across the global South to identify potential sources of funding, such as grants, venture capital, or angel investments, and this could enable them to overcome financial barriers and accelerate their growth. And it could also be not just a physical place here in New Delhi. We can actually create, and we propose, a virtual hub, an online platform for innovators and startups across the global South to connect, collaborate, and access resources from the Innovation Center. The virtual hub could provide access to webinars, online trainings, mentorship opportunities, and a community of like-minded individuals for ongoing support. It could also be a place for collaborative projects that cross barriers, that cross not only technological barriers, but also boundaries between countries. The Innovation Center could promote joint projects between startups and innovators and their counterparts from other countries. This would encourage cross-border collaboration, drive innovation, and foster regional integration. And finally, it could be a place where we recognize innovators of the global South, organize annual awards, recognition programs to celebrate the achievements, as we saw yesterday. This could help raise the profile of our innovators and attract investment and inspire others to pursue such innovative ventures. Excellencies, by leveraging the resources, expertise, and networks available through the ITU, we can accelerate our efforts towards meaningful digital inclusion and ensure that no one is left behind. As we gather today for the first Regional Innovation Forum, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has brought us together. Together, we can harness the power of digital technology to create a brighter and more sustainable and more inclusive future for the people of South Asia. And in closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Government of India and ITU and all those involved in bringing this ITU area office and innovation center to fruition. The Maldives is proud to be part of this journey, and we look forward to working closely with our partners in the years to come. Thank you, and may the ITU Office and Innovation Center in New Delhi be a beacon of progress and prosperity for all. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your engaging remarks and forward-looking recommendations. We took very good note of them, and we will make sure to follow up. Now, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Rekha Sharma, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Nepal, to deliver her remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ITU officials, CEO, CDOT, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and good morning. I am pleased to be a part of this Regional Innovation Forum and exhibition at CDOT, New Delhi, India. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Government of India for successful inauguration of ITU Area Office and Innovation Center in New Delhi yesterday. It really believed that the establishment of this office would fill the gap in the region and conduct program and project to utilize the recent technology and innovations for sustainable development. I believe that the establishment of ITU area office in New Delhi will be a milestone for a capacity building in the region. This will not only strengthen technological cooperation but also boost regional telecommunication development. Finally, once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of India, CDOT, and ITU for successful organization of this event and for their excellent hospitality and warm welcome provided to me and my delegation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your welcome remarks. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Kanaka Herat, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Technology, Sri Lanka, to take your floor.
Good morning to everyone. Ministers representing Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, and Iran. Dr. Cosmos Savasava, Director Development, ITU. Regional Director, ITU, Madam. Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Communication. CEO, CDOT, and all the officers, ladies and gentlemen. At the presence of International Telecommunication Union Area Office and the Innovation Center, this venue will origin of outstanding innovators. Innovation will unveil new findings which will enhance digital transformation of South Asia. I hope and I think that some of the advantages of this innovation center will be a stepping stone for bridging global digital divide, and also it will help the technical staff in the South Asia to develop the capacity, and also the dynamic opportunities to talented individuals will hopefully serve this innovation center. I think these opportunities will be very important to developing countries such as us. I think future success in businesses, industry, or social depends on innovation. Innovation ecosystem consists of many players, including academia, industry, businesses, government and non-government organizations. So to achieve our goals, all the players should collaborate and work together as a team. So as the proverb says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. So I invite all the South Asian countries to work together and to create the digital innovation hub of the globe. So before I finish, as I mentioned yesterday, Sri Lanka is in the process of developing the National Digital Framework 2030. And this will be in conjunction with the series of events from exhibitions, conferences, and symposiums. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all the ministers present here, the officials, and the ITU, and all the distinguished guests here present to come to Sri Lanka. It will be conducted from October to November, the series of events within the month of October to November. So would like to warmly welcome you all there. And finally, I wish all the very best to this innovation center and all the officials who work here and all the innovators. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your encouraging remarks and kind invitation extended to us to join the event in October, November. We will certainly follow up with you. May I now invite Mr. V.L. Cantarao, IAS Additional Secretary, Department of Telecommunications, to introduce the topic of enablement of the innovation ecosystem. Mr. Rao, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable ministers from Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Iran, distinguished ITU officials, the director BDT, regional director madam, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, our host CDOT. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak here on this regional innovation forum. I stressed upon the host CDOT because there is a long story as to how we zeroed in on CDOT to finalize the venue for the ITU Area Office and Innovation Center. Last year, we were in the process of finalizing the host country agreement, and we were looking at a lot of venues. We looked at some, our telecom company premises in the heart of the city because we thought maybe it should be in the center of the city. We also looked at a trade center that has recently come up halfway from here, between the heart of the city and this place. But then we realized that this being a unique innovation center, there is no better place than CDOT to house this area office and innovation center. So I want to congratulate CDOT for being a great host. The question that came up yesterday while we were discussing with honorable ministers is that how do we make sure that this innovation center, this unique innovation center of an area office in ITU, fosters innovation, encourages people to make use of this venue, this office, this facility. So one idea was that we organize events like this, where we request the innovators to come forward and use the facility. And when we were discussing with Madam a few days back as to how to organize this event, today's event, we said that since the innovation center is in that one big hall inside the area office, we will ask the innovators to put up whatever their stalls or their equipment there. Then they said, no, that may not be enough, it might take some more space. Today when we entered, we saw that it took up the area office space, it took up the veranda before that, and it took up the entire hallway, which is an indication that this is going to be a very successful innovation center where there is a lot of enthusiasm, where we may run out of space. So, and that is another reason why that we are lucky that this is spaced in CDOT, that there is a lot of space available. For example, this hall, if we had this area office somewhere else, probably we would not have had a great venue like this. I think the innovators, when they gather here, when there are regional forums like this, we will be able to give a good venue, a good platform for all the countries that are represented in the area office. And the director, I was talking to the director, and he said that we can make use of this innovation center for many of the regular events of ITU, where the focus is on innovation. So I want to thank him for this offer. A lot of ministers spoke about how we should make use of this innovation center for the benefit of the regional countries, of the South Asian countries. And we have taken note of that, and we will work on some of the suggestions that honorable ministers have given. We will ensure from the Government of India side, from CDOT, and we want to assure ITU and all the regional countries that we will sustain the kind of momentum that we have seen today in the Innovation Center in years to come, and we will make sure that this is a success story and this will grow bigger and bigger by the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao, for your welcoming and encouraging remarks. On this special occasion, we would like to celebrate the signing of partnership between ITU and the National Telecommunications Institute for Policy Research, Innovation and Training, or NTI-PRIT. ITU Academy Training Centers, or ATCs, are internationally recognized institutions which will offer intermediate to advanced training programs to middle and senior managers in the ICT and digital technologies field. These ATCs will deliver high-quality courses addressing the most important training topics identified by ITU membership. 14 centers were selected as ATCs to begin work in 2023, of which one was the NTI-PRIT. I would now like to invite Dr. Cosmos Sawazawa, Director of the PTT, and Mr. Raju Sinha, Director General, NTI-PRIT, to take the seats and sign the partnership agreement. Thank you very much, Dr. Sawazawa and Mr. Sinha. We will now have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and I would like to invite all distinguished speakers to the VIP lounge and participants to enjoy the refreshment downstairs. We will come back to this auditorium at 12:15 to start the next session of deep dive of Innovation Center offering that will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ba from ITU. Please enjoy the coffee break.
MC? Do you want someone to take over MC while do you want to join the meeting or do you want
Join the meeting.
चाहिए आपको फ्रेश क्लासेस चाहिए बॉटल फ्रेश क्लासेस बॉटल्स तो हाँ अभी 4 है नेक्स्ट 5 मैं बताऊँ फॉर कंफ्यूजन से कुछ सब क्लास हटा ही दो Yes, sir. You need something? Yeah, I'll need a clicker because I'm next. Yeah, clicker. Yeah, I'm next. People get back to me. Yeah, it's just it's a video, but I will ask for the video first and then you check it. Yeah, this is fine for now. Once I give you, then you can put the video. And then the freezer. The video? Yeah. Just
In a world that is increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and addictive,
I didn't say that. You're not playing with their reputation. That's what I meant to say.
I think he is here at the so certainly. He's from the service. He's from the foreign service. But at one time he was my permanent secretary of telecommunication. We had a home affairs and communications. Yeah, he's.
Yeah, so I'll take one microphone, I'll take one speaker, and I get
So we know each other. Yes.
How many times have you been
Sharif was the permanent secretary of the previous ministry. That ministry got dissolved, and our secretary got provided. Yes. No, because we have presidential system. Parliamentarians, they elected and they just do the parliament. This ambassador was for 2018. Sharif was after 2018. So once, like when the new ministry was formed, I was the head secretary. Together as with my chief executive. So then I was offered. So I prepared to be. Because that's my profession. The secretary is to people were saying that finding nothing
Manoj.
He wants a microphone to be unmuted. Hello. He wants microphone to be
Do you need water?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna do this in 10 minutes and leave it to you. I'll save as much time, just a video and a few things.
Everything is calm down and this
Yes, yes. Then the next time I come, I'm going straight to Bangalore. Then I come back. Hi there. You ready?
We're trying to bring people in. We're trying, but people.
Can you ask Mr. Olindam? Olindam to help?
Yes.
I think we need CDOT colleagues to bring back I just want to know what I said. I would say afterwards. This is actually quite
Yeah, it's a bit
unnerving.
rough.
Okay, so I will introduce you. There's a video, and I will thank you. And then I will introduce the part one, panel.
And then I will, you can ask them in your case, so if that I'm going to have a co-creation now, if
Yes.
they can join that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have it somewhere.
Okay, let me say.
Otherwise, I can,
Okay, so
after I'm done.
yes, thank you very much for informative presentation, Mark.
And I invite you to,
Okay,
I invite you to go to participate in a co-creation he's leading right now. In the ITU, in the Innovation Center. Yeah, so this way I don't have to say it. I'll
Yeah.
just-
okay, and then I will say building on to your presentation. I'm now pleased to welcome everyone to the power session on open technology innovation.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Okay.
Waiting for panelists to come in, so please carry on. Yeah, yeah. No worries, please carry on. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you.
People are coming in. Government departments. They are coming for it.
Okay, I want to sit. Can put it here so that I can sit. Yes, this will be excellent. Thank you. Very much.
Hello, Susan, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you
Thank
again.
you, thank you.
I was asking her, did you see Susan? She
I
said
am
yes.
so sorry for
No
the last
problem.
minute
No problem.
changes
Yeah.
because there are many. Hi, how are you?
She's in my team in India.
Thank you very much for being our trusted partner.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll again give you my card. Though you have it already. We met in your office.
Yes.
You remember?
I'm like the Austin of India.
Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
But how are things? Good, and congrats on this opening. This is a great achievement,
Thank you.
and we are very happy to be a part of this. I came from Singapore for this. I thought I'll be. Thank you for considering us. We are on our way to become a member.
Thank you. Fantastic.
It's with IMDA right now.
Excellent.
We are actually doing it from Singapore.
I see. Thank you. You know, as I discussed with, of course,
Sindhu,
your
yeah.
colleagues,
Yes.
you know, you're our trusted partner, and I can think of, as we discussed, a lot of sessions that we can implement. And I'm sure all the ministers said something to the effect that they expect us to deliver this concrete, actionable ecosystem as well as innovation. So we really count on you. And I think this is really, you know, timely because, as you know, in G20 discussions, when we talk about DPI, it's all about integration behind the scenes and forward development approach that we discussed. And sometimes, as you know, they don't realize how complex that is, right?
Only when they start doing
When
it,
they
then they
start doing
realize
then
where
realize.
they have landed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
You have gone through that phase, so you know.
yes. I was just, you know, updating them that I implemented that SAP product. ITU, of course, use SAP as well. So I think we already know where the pain points could be, right? And they are just beginning this journey, bits and pieces. That's very worrying because we know the interoperability is key. They may not know, you know, how painful it could be if you don't plan it in advance, right? So,
But will ITU be ready to provide a platform where they can be sensitized on how this? Will you be okay to work with us
yes, absolutely.
and we can
So,
partner?
yes. So we, of course, you know, approach everyone. So everyone will have projects.
Yes.
We want to have a project with you too.
Exactly.
So if, let's say, there is some demo or real case, you know,
Australia
situation,
is a classical example.
right?
The whole of them. We are now connecting Japan with Australia to so that they can learn from each other. We can do the same thing on an ITU platform.
Exactly. So I think this conversation will be very useful. It's urgent, actually.
So when do we meet and start working on this?
Thank you. We are ready. Our staff will be coming on board in the next 2 to 3 months.
Oh, you want it to start from this India office?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We can start somewhere else too. Actually, we can bring other regions to here too. To me, seeing is believing. So our model is based on the Digital India and India Spark and, you know, the whole approach. And I think it's timely for G20 because they will talk about it a lot. So we propose to G20 Sherpa that, look, there will be a lot of innovation coming out of it. We will be happy to support, and they are very happy. We may be invited to talk about what we do. So we would like at G20. So we'll be so happy to, of course, work with you to implement it, and I think all of us can shine because this is exactly what they need.
You know, on the Indian staff, the next on the list for Prime Minister Modi is this ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. They actually want to democratize the commerce for SMEs to come into the mainstream and do that. So what we are doing now as SAP, we are helping this ONDC to move from B2C to B2B also. Yeah, so that's what I think. Once you come on board here, I mean, when we have people here,
Yes, we can.
I think together with ONDC, ITU on this, we can actually announce it as a project which will help the Indian SMEs to actually get the market access that they are looking.
Absolutely. That really makes sense.
Yeah, so
Because
I can talk to the CEO of an ONDC, Koshi, and then connect with you,
Please do
and
talk
they
to
will be
him.
able to put 2-3 people here
Correct.
and
we
do
can
this in a project with SAP, with Oracle, with whomsoever you want.
Absolutely. And see, because we also have a sandbox that we want to create. It could be a physical, it could be, software, or it could be something else. Because it could be a simulation of regulatory impact or policy impact. So we'll be happy to start this conversation, which is much needed.
By when do you think you will have people on board here? 2 months?
Yes, the first person will come in May,
In
first week of May, and we will start organizing actually activities before that. We will start from Bangkok.
Or you'll start from Bangkok?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Austin is in Bangkok next week.
Ah,
Shall I
okay.
ask them to come and meet you?
Sure. We can concretize the first session.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will do that. Yeah. Thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Thank you for being
Thank
such
you.
a
Thank you.
forthcoming partner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have a photograph?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Wait, I have the phone. I'll get.
My colleague.
आपके फोन से ना?
Only just a time pass. तो एक काम हो गया ना हमारा. ठीक है, काम हो गया.
The lighting is on.
Come from there. You also go down. Take it right.
Okay. My turn. 3, 2, 1. One at left. And one for right.
Now you also come over. Then we just go to the next one.
I'll be back here sooner than she gets out.
So whenever you are back, that's the mail of inviting. Lovely. No, the first class, then after that is my turn. Okay, back to the.
Sorry.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Thank you.
I came with baggage.
Hello? Can you put the microphone? Thank you.
Welcome back to the Regional Innovation Forum and the session on deep dive of Innovation Center offerings. Now we go deeper into what the Innovation Center can offer. I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Mohammed Ba of ITU, to deliver his presentation. He's in charge of digital innovation at BDT, the Telecommunication Development Bureau of ITU. Mo, I understand that before we start, an introductory video will be played, or you will take the floor? Okay, the video first. Okay, so Mo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Atsuko-san. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. First, let me introduce myself. I think Atsuko did it. You can just call me Mo Mohamed Bah. I am a recovering technology addict who is trying to be an ecosystem builder. Before I present anything, how many people are policymakers in this room? Policymakers? Hands up, please. 1, 2. Oh boy, policy is a problem. There should be more in this room. Houston, we have a problem. How many people are from the private sector? Okay, great. Much better. Yes. And how many people are entrepreneurs? Entrepreneurs, innovators, people really driving innovation out there? 1. Oh, Houston, we have a bigger problem. How many people support those entrepreneurs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. Much better. So there's going to be a lot of excitement here because of you. But it doesn't mean they're successful, by the way. And how many people are from the academia side? 1. Okay, I know some are waiting for me for a co-creation, which I'll invite you after my speech. But again, thank you very much. Again, we were just trying to, this is the problem of the ecosystem. We're all in our silos. We all try to do something together, right? Think of it as we need to make a big pie. Everybody's holding in their ingredients. And at the end of the day, we're making a small pie. Second question, what is innovation to you? Anybody? Any takers? What's innovation to you? There's no right or wrong question. I can tell you what's innovation for us. The UN is about accelerating and achieving the SDGs, right? You know the SDGs, whatever solution, digital innovation, and of course ICT is cross-cutting, so it's how we do it. That's why we're here. That's why we're building the center here. What is innovation to you? Apply new ways. Anybody else? New ideas? Value, yes. No ways to solve society's problem. Yes, we have to solve the problem, right? Right? We cannot just be creating stuff for the sake of creating. Okay, so that's a great segue. Now, I think you heard earlier about this Innovation and Entrepreneurship Alliance that was launched by the director of BDT. Now, just to tell you a bit of background, I've worked 18 years in the private sector, Silicon Valley companies, and 8 years in policy. And my goal has been to rethink and reinvent or destroy policy but we need to do new ways, okay? And one of the things that I've got around in the world is to see a lot of ecosystems. Very, very rich one, very poor one, very vibrant one, very immature ones. What I can tell you is that there is enough actions happening in every country, right? And there is a lot of money being wasted in this innovation. Lots of hype about entrepreneurship, lots of hype, right? However, these ingredients are not coming together again because this ecosystem needs to be built. So typically we will give those countries some policy recommendations across the board in health, in tourism, in agriculture, everything, but that's not enough. So one of the things we're trying to do now is to build these innovation centers that are owned by the countries. The one here is really a global one that connects many of them. And we're not trying to recreate anything that exists. We're just trying to be a connector between all these elements. So that's why we're here, and I'll tell you a bit more why this is important. I would like to start the video.
In a world that is increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace, and countries need to rethink how they navigate change. The digital era has brought us countless opportunities to accelerate socio and economic development. But these opportunities are only accessible to only a few countries with the right innovation capabilities. Over 2 billion people remain unconnected as of early 2023. Many of those connected are not benefiting from their connection. Their communities are falling behind in the search for prosperity. A digital innovation divide splits countries into digital haves and have-nots. As a result, many countries cannot become effective adopters or leaders of digital innovation that creates socio-economic impact. Closing the digital divide will require tremendous energy, coordinated synergies from all stakeholders, new vehicles, and several stages of innovation boosting to reach a leapfrogging velocity. To address the growing digital innovation divide, countries need new critical local enablers to lead in the changing environment. Trends, research readiness, open technology innovation, entrepreneurship and SMEs growth, policy experimentation, ecosystem initiatives acceleration. The Alliance will work through 3 main vehicles: a digital transformation lab to support the design and implementation of the network of innovation centers and provide technical assistance to those lacking key innovation capabilities. A network of acceleration centers to enhance global, regional, and national innovation capabilities for technology, policy, and flagship initiative development. A digital innovation board to guide the work of the Alliance and ensure its effectiveness, accountability, and sound decision-making toward bridging the digital innovation divide in the most vulnerable countries. Nurturing digital innovation and entrepreneurship through an innovation ecosystem approach is key to accelerating ongoing efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. If you believe that the scale of disruption is accelerating and that we need to ensure an equitable digital future for all, join the Alliance to make a difference. You can join the Alliance through an expression of interest, sponsoring the Alliance work, committing to building a new generation of innovation centers, supporting work in the digital transformation lab, supporting the development of joint programs. For more information, contact us at innovation@itu.int.
Thank you. So I will set a bit of context for this, and also I will relate it back to the center we're building here, where it fits. As I said, the center we're building here is really a global one. It's the only one that's really owned by ITU. Every other center, we want to build it in the countries. We want it to be local capacity. We want them to have the capabilities to actually connect the dots and to work with all of you. And everybody talks about collaboration, but nobody's putting systems in place to do this. Everybody just tries to operate in their silos. So that's what the problem we're trying to solve here. Second thing is, I was prevented by my regional director from playing the best video ever. Not this one you just saw. She's laughing, she knows. You know why? It was a generative AI video made on the Alliance with the same script. I promise you it's better than this. You know, only one problem. Asuko, you want to tell us the problem? Okay, I'll say it. Basically, we needed to see a bit more inclusions. Where you went, we have to show inclusion. That's the reason why that video is not being played today. But this is also a good segue into our conversation, why we're here. Slide, please. Okay. This is technology, right? It's changing. Third IR technology, fourth IR, fifth IR. By the way, we still have not benefited from second IR technology. Some people still are using 2G, 3G, 4G. Many places have not caught up to this technology or what to do with it. right? We talked about open source. What was that, 20 years ago? We went around creating a lot of hypes that this will change the world. Did the world change? No. Did developing countries start using this? No. Why? Because their ecosystems were not ready. We're very good at creating the hype, right? We have 2.7 billion people we need to connect. Half of those connected are not meaningful, right? And for some of you who heard my speech, you know what they're watching. They're not watching anything good. They're not doing anything good with their life. They're not transforming their communities. They're not creating values. They're not creating the socioeconomic impact that we need. Now, why? Because you see, this is changing very exponentially. What are we doing as stakeholders? We're responding linearly. When do we have the aha moment? Anybody know the aha moment? Yes, but more recently, what everybody's talking about, ChatGPT. We have the aha moment. Suddenly, you can write your speech with ChatGPT. You can write your essay with Chat. That's the aha moment. Suddenly, guess what? The policymakers who are not even in this room, again, I'm picking on policymakers because they're not here, don't tell them. They're too late. The innovators who are not in this room, maybe they're trying to be Steve Jobs when they have a more concrete problem in their ecosystem. The academics who may not be in this room are working on really fancy algorithms that will never be used. Knowledge that's being created, locked in, operating on the old model, which is intellectual property. I come to Asia, we talk about intellectual property, they say whatever can be copied will be copied. The world is changing, we don't even realize it, right? So this is how we all operate, that 20th century organization. I'm not saying we have to change hierarchies. I'm not saying we have to change anything. By the way, it's a concept for a book called Teams of Teams. This is how we need to operate. On the right, how do we do this? We need completely new approaches, right? If you are, and doesn't matter, entrepreneur, this is the opportunity. It's big, huge, but how much of it can you really target? Okay, if you start looking at the old business model, business school, you say total area of market, songs, for those old enough to still talk about that language, you know what I'm talking about. But it doesn't go anywhere. There's you. And there is the resources that you don't have access to. All these ingredients. By the way, resources is not just money, it's policy. It's the private sector, it's academia, it's all those. Right? How are you doing this? Right? No problem. Your initiative, whatever it is, opportunity, the stakeholder and resources. So you need to be able to de-risk this, right? You need to be able to figure out how to do this, right? This is what we're talking about. Enough of those stakeholders through acceleration through this center, then they can behave like this. This is totally possible. You can throw billions and billions of dollars into this. If you don't have the system, the processes, and the mechanisms to connect the dots, it will never be connected. We'll just continue wasting investment, right? So the center here, that's next door, will basically accelerate 4 things. One is really the trade readiness, which is really the capacity to do strategic foresight, to sort of, tell you, for example, what will happen. I had a great conversation about a month ago when I was in India. I was talking to a stakeholders, and he showed me some great, I won't say which company, he showed me this great data that says that we have done this research. If we can bring the price of devices to this level, and if we can really test this, and we can test in India because we can become a unicorn any day, right? Because the market size allows you to be a unicorn. Then the developing countries will benefit from the same thing. That's it. Then why is this? Well, it was locked in a private sector business. This should be knowledge that should be shared in some sort of strategic foresight, right? Now you can imagine this in every other possible ways. You all have this information, right? Open technology innovation, great research. The co-creation we're doing now after this session, great research. about some technology for forecasting the pandemic, when should the intervention, when should the government not intervene? Again, locked up or in a limited circle. Can we turn that into DPGs? Some of the private sectors here, they were very active in pandemic, right? You provided a lot of open technology that people use to do stuff. Why isn't it being scaled up in some DPGs or some other models, right? So there's so many possibilities here. Only your imagination stop you from that, your imagination and a place like the center will be, because you need that to orchestrate the whole thing. Entrepreneurship and SME growth. You can be unicorns any day here, but it's not about unicorn here, because remember, the miniature technology companies born is global. You're not competing here, you're competing globally, right? So how do we scale all that? How do we go use the South-South? How do we get all of this? This really requires deliberate intervention. And by the way, this intervention, the only way to keep it sustainable is to embed it in the ecosystem on the other side. I'll tell you a bit of story. I know I probably don't have time, but I saw this whole thing. One of the perfect story was I went to a place where there was Uber, and there was a local company. Uber came in, everything is great, open ecosystem, everybody's happy. Copycat Uber is there. What happens? They're not competing. They don't have the same scale. Number one, they don't have the same capacity. Uber is going to a local bank to get funding for the cab drivers to rethink the whole fleet system that they have. Why isn't the local company able to do that? Because their talent do not have the skills. They don't have data science. They don't have. Uber comes in, walk to the bank with a new business model. We're Uber, we can give you data and we can trust us. And say, okay, where is the balance sheet? No, you don't understand. We don't have a balance sheet. We have the behavior of the guy. He wakes up at 6 a.m., 5 customers by 7 a.m., 100 customers by the end of the day. Here is the number of customers a month. The local bank happily takes the money. This is not global bank. Local bank takes money and throw it at Uber. This is what we call orchestrating ecosystem. You really have to understand what it means to orchestrate ecosystem. And that's why it's important. Policy experimentation. We see a lot of sandboxes, especially from regulators and different across the board. What do? They're policy reliefs. When you have a relief, you already had the aha moment. It's too late, right? We need to be more forward thinking. We need to really help with the acceleration of the cycle. And then the sandbox is only it's a temporary thing. It's just an experiment that's set up. It doesn't mean that it actually makes it into regulation. It doesn't mean any of the other things. So there again, that's what the center will be able to do for you, right? And remember, the center will be connected globally to other ecosystems and to other locally owned centers. So that has the network effect that nobody else will be able to sort of compete with, right? And we're doing this from the neutral UN point of view, so that's why we're putting the center here. Okay, so what does it mean? Of course, center, let's be more concrete. If you want to know by the West what's behind the hood for this, you go to the co-creation. We intend to deliver strategic foresight services, open technology incubation services, capacity building, global food showcase, scale-up acceleration service, and policy experimentation, as well as the innovation network that goes with it. So that's it for my presentation. Of course, the approach we use is that we use system thinking, because the whole problem is about systems. So we have to look at the systems. It takes a system to solve the systems problem. That's what we have. Design thinking is about the human elements, to put the humans in the middle, the problem owners and all of that. And the sense making is more of that future forward looking, and also looking at the sensing all of the new things you need to sense. So our approach and methodology we will use the center is based on that. I am pretty much done. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can reach me outside, or please feel free to come to the co-creation. Thank you. Question? Yeah, go ahead.
I am known as Professor N.K. Goyal, Chairman of Indian Telecom Association. My question is, everybody in the world ITU for 4 days during business, and here we talk of unconnected to by We have the technology, we have the company, we have the operator, we have the license. What is stopping us?
Anybody want to answer? Because I said it in my speech. Anybody want, what's stopping us? Do we have the entrepreneurs? Do we have the entrepreneurs?
So, entrepreneur, you're asking me? No. I have the answer. We have the innovators, we have the entrepreneurs, we have the operators, everything is here. But I have something in mind, I'm not telling, I want to ask you.
The silos. Our silos are killing our world. That's my answer. Okay?
Yes, sir, you have given the right answer, and that is the problem we face. Because it depends on operators, operators want viability. It depends technology, technology goes on changing 4G, 5G, 6G, and the cost increases.
Any other questions? Again, I want to make this interactive, but any other questions, comments? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause to Mo. And thank you very much for this excellent question. We hope that our center can really help address this issue of silo. And that's the reason why Mo is actually going back to the Innovation Center to continue the co-creation workshop. So he, of course, presented, and I'm pretty sure you want to know and see how that looks like in reality. And we want to encourage you to go and visit and see the showcase of what he talked about. So we have an actual co-creation workshop with IIT, IIM, and the TSTSI, as well as TRAI and other partners. I'm sorry if I missed someone, but this is our attempt to break the silo and to create this ecosystem with our stakeholders. So I hope that you receive this as an added value to our conversation. Now, building on Mo's presentation, I am now pleased to welcome everyone to the power session on open technology innovation. The session consists of 3 parts. Part 1, we invite the panel to share their perspectives on innovation ecosystem itself. I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of questions. 2, then we move on to part 2, where we invite the panelists to discuss open technology innovation for SDGs. This is a harder question. How can we solve the challenges associated with SDG? And Mo briefly talked about it. Last but not least, we will have part 3 to discuss localization and localizing innovations led by ICANN. Now, may I introduce to you Ms. Philomena Pragasan, Director of the Asia Pacific Institute for Broadcasting Development, AIBD, as a moderator of Panel 1, Innovation Ecosystem. Ms. Philomena and panelists, please take the seats on the stage.
Where do we go? Thank you very much.
So a very good afternoon, namaste to all of you, and it gives us great honor actually to congratulate the ITU and the Indian government on this new innovation center and area office for ITU. And my name is Philomena Padasan, CEO Director of the Asia Pacific Institute for Broadcasting Development. So we deal with media, and India is also a member of the organization. So first, I'd like to say hello to the three gentlemen who are here today. On my right, all on my right anyway. So we have Mr. Ilyas Ahmed, welcome, and Mr. Ilyas Ahmed is the Chief Executive of the Communications Authority of Maldives. Welcome. And we also have Mr. Amit Malik. I've just been Googling you and seeing all the great speeches you've made on the internet, on YouTube, right? So we're honored to have you here today, Mr. Amit, a Managing Director and Strategic Sales Provider for Cisco. Right? And last but not least is my colleague from Sri Lanka, Mr. Helasiri Ranatunda. Welcome on board. And Mr. Helasiri is the Director General, Telecommunications Regulatory Commission of Sri Lanka. And today we are in a power talk. Right, so we welcome your questions. But first we want to ask these gentlemen their thoughts on innovation. Moa just spoke a lot about what is innovation, where we are heading, and so forth. And there was even a question from the floor as to what's stopping innovation. Well, we have three distinguished speakers, and I'll throw the first question to my colleague here from Maldives, right? So what are your thoughts on what's been discussed today? There's been a lot of talk about innovation, a lot of talk about connectivity, a lot of talk about technology, right? What are your thoughts on moving innovation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very relevant question, and I would like to come from the perspective of a small country and share my experiences on the issues. Certainly, innovation is a buzzword, and we know and we hear about ways to innovate. But like Mr. Bao was saying just now, it's very rarely that we see tangible results using these innovations. All these technologies, even the funds, the willingness, everything is there, but for some reason, things don't happen on the ground. So why is this so? Well, let's look at first public sector innovation and how the public sector, because we as government officials are more familiar with what's happening within the governments and public sector. All the public sector institutions are also using technology to innovate and modernize services. But the pace at which these changes are happening, not that fast. One of the reasons is as governments, we have strategic plans and policies, but very often we don't have the strategies to actually implement these. These policies and plans look beautiful on paper, the timelines and what we want to achieve. But how to actually achieve these the strategies, we don't work. And very often there are roadblocks and lots of bureaucracy and red tapes. Those things are there. So by the time the policy expires, it's only a small fraction of it gets implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Ilyas. I think we can go on about it. I know it's going to be a very long story, but let's start a little bit with asking Amit. Amit, who has been in Cisco, right, from 2004. And of course, you have 5 pillars, am I right? Absolutely. You have build, buy, partner, invest, and co-develop. And so, Amit, what's your take on the question of innovation? Yeah. We heard about roadblocks, but perhaps you have new strategies. You were also one of the guys who talked that smart cities should move to smart nations and getting rural communities to develop and to be innovative.
Thank you so much. Firstly, it's an honor and a privilege to be here in this August forum. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mo. I think that was a great question on what really is innovation. So I kind of took a step back while I was sitting. I didn't answer that at that moment. I thought I'd save it for a moment. I think a very interesting quote came to my mind actually, and I've used this earlier. But this is something which defines innovation quite well, and this is by Sir George Bernard Shaw. It goes like this. It says, people see things as they are and ask why. I see things that never were and ask why not. And I think this is what fuels innovation. When you stop thinking about limitations and you start thinking about possibilities, I think that's really innovation. And I think initially we were discussing about what's really happening globally. But I think the meaning of innovation in the Western world vis-a-vis the developing world is very different, right? The ethos might be the same, but the meaning takes a different connotation because it's a lot about simple innovation. It's about very, very simple things that can help in, bridging the digital divide. We were talking about one of these. Let me give you a very interesting example. And if I give this example in the West, they won't be able to relate to this as well. In Indian villages, if a farmer needed to go and get water for irrigation, the typical way to go about this was go to the patwari, give some money for the water, get a token, give it back to an engineer who will ensure that the water needs to come at a particular time. And very often, either the water didn't come, or you had excess water and somebody forgot to shut this off. Now, we were posed this very simple problem when we're talking about big smart cities and all this. What can you do for this little simplistic rural problem, right? There's a very simple solution. Our engineers worked with some of the entrepreneurs and came up with a very simple solution where they linked it to blockchain. Where today, online, on your phone itself, you can request for the fixed time when you want the water for an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever, so that the pump comes on automatically at a given time and goes off at the particular time that it's supposed to go off. To my mind, this is innovation. This is very simple, but this is all about automating. And we spoke about why the governments need to think differently. I do understand the governments have challenges. They have lots of bureaucracy. It's not easy. They cannot be so agile. But unfortunately, today we don't have a choice. I love that exponential graph which Mo showed, right? Because today technology is moving at such a fast pace. There is so much disruption happening. And if we do not move from the government perspective at a pace which is very close to that, I think we are losing out on the benefits. And bottom line, just the last line is, I think it's about, when you say the words like digital transformations, etc., it's not just for the big corporates of the world. It's about everything that you do is think how digital you can be. If anything can be done digitally, it should be done digitally.
Thank you, Amit. I think that's a great takeaway. You talked about problem solving, and I think the greatest innovation in place is how you could help solve problems. And I think that's what we are looking at, this idea of how water can be attained with just an app or from your phone. I think these are great ideas. Sometimes a simple idea can be a great innovative invention, right? Okay, so I like that. And also, it bridges the digital divide as to how the the rural community can have access to that is another question altogether. But I think that's something you guys are working on, right? And to move on to my third colleague, Mr. Halasiri Ranatula, Director General of the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission of Sri Lanka. Tell us the story. What is innovation progressing like in Sri Lanka? I think earlier the minister was talking about October to November, we are having a lot of changes that are taking place. So perhaps you can touch on what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mic closer to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think we all know that innovation ecosystem has various stakeholders, especially starting from the government policymakers, and there are so many other stakeholders involved, universities, non-governmental organizations, telco infrastructure providers and SMEs and also entrepreneurs. So in Sri Lanka, we have a mechanism that is in place. We are planning to introduce a new policy framework so that all these stakeholders should get involved and promote the requirements of the small masses, especially the rural community. So they have several requirements in their day-to-day lives. So the government understand this problem and encourage all the stakeholders to address these requirements, especially going through the day-to-day lives of these people and identify special requirements of these people. And we have constant collaboration with all these stakeholders at the moment, especially from the university level and also from the telco sector and the infrastructure providers. So if they really want to address certain requirements, sometimes infrastructure providers may not have those facilities available in the remote areas. So the government have special plans to introduce or deploy the networks, especially in remote areas, so that the rural masses can think about what type of services that they can get from these facilities available in the telco ecosystem. So through that, and in addition to that, the university level and even higher education level, there are a lot of innovative ideas coming up, and government also has special plans to promote these innovative ideas, and special funding programs are in place to attract these innovators. As you all know, innovation has very close interaction with the risk of failures. So government should encourage all the new innovators to facilitate these new requirements. And I think so in Sri Lanka, so there are a lot of initiatives going on at the moment in this particular area.
Thank you, Mr. Kalasiri. And I like the way you said the government should actually be the key driver for innovation. I remember some time ago, there was an innovation box. I come from Malaysia, and from the Ministry of Communication, we used to have an innovation box, and everyone was encouraged to say something, to write something or give an idea. So it begins from an idea, and then it germinates into a great cause. But what I like about today, and what I noticed in this entire two-day event that's been going on with the ITU area office opening and innovation, Prime Minister Modi, and also what my colleague Dr. Zava mentioned, everything that takes place is at the core of humanity. It's all about people. It's all about problem solving. It's all about creating something that moves and drives the human race, right? So before we conclude, just one last take from the three gentlemen here. You're going to say keywords that are going to be a driving force for today as we open this innovation center. So first, I'd like to move to Mr. Elias. What are your thoughts? How do you think, and what do you think we can do to innovate further? Your ideas and changes.
In fact, there are many things, and we could go on talking about it, but time is not our friend today. So try to say it in just less than a minute. To innovate, we have to get away from all the regulatory procedural rules and make things simple. If I may recall, the Honorable Minister from India yesterday was saying that in India, they are rewriting all the laws to make it simpler and more relevant to the modern day. If you look at the regulations, the laws of many countries in this region, they will be very prohibitive. If you open a law, the first thing they will say is, you cannot do this, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. If you do so, these are the penalties that we have to face. So I think we have to change this mindset and make it more positive, and to make the laws and regulations as enablers rather than stoppers. So I think if I am to summarize, we should make things simple for the innovators and the entrepreneurs to work and remove the silos and then get results. So that's what I say.
Thank you. I think that's a great takeaway. One thing unique about this entire 2 days is I've been getting a lot of key phrases, keywords. Silo is the new word. thanks to a gentleman who asked the question and I think Boa answered, right? Okay, so what you're saying is simplifying a variety of things. And when we move into the digital realm, when we talk about innovation, there needs to be a change from many areas as well. So Amit, before I ask you the question, I will ask Sri Lanka, yeah? What are your thoughts? And then I would have the private sector answer. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree with my friend Mr. Ilyas mentioned. I think in addition to having the simplified procedures to encourage innovation, we must have constant collaboration among the stakeholders. Because in some cases, even though we have certain policies in place, sometimes those are not practically implementable. So if we can have constant dialogues with all these stakeholders and identify what are the practical barriers, even those documents are in place. So there should be a mechanism to have constant dialogues with all these stakeholders, so that I think at the end of the day, what we should think about is to promote the innovation and promote the small entrepreneurs to come up to a higher level and to address the day-to-day needs of the society. So that's my.
Well said. You know, moving innovation from grassroots level, getting people involved. I think these are great ideas, which can only be done if there's more involvement, collaboration, private sector, public sector, and also countries, right? Like what we are doing right now here at ITU, which is reaching out to the SAC region. So last but not least, the question goes out to Amit Malik. Amit, what's your thought? You know, you're driving force behind Cisco for this region and very successful stories. So what's your take? How can we further innovate? What can we do to create that success story? Thank you.
No, I think you mentioned the idea of a drop box. You could drop ideas, but ideas really are perishable. And the biggest thing one needs to do is how can you help not only nurture ideas but scale ideas. I think a lot of people have got the idea now how to nurture ideas. They build ecosystems to finance ideas or entrepreneurs, but it does not stop at financing. It has to also go on to the level of scaling. Because today, I mean, especially in this part of the world, they are fantastic ideas, but we lose out the best because they can help scale those ideas. I mean, that's my first, because I've been mentoring a lot of startups. Because you are not able to scale, somebody else could have a similar idea elsewhere, right? So I think the kind of forum that you're building here, I think this is great. End of the day, it's a four-legged table. It's not a three-legged stool, where private sector, public sector, academia, and entrepreneurs all need to come together. And you to give this platform where you can not only share the best practices, but help them scale.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful answer. You're talking about collaboration, and I see the ITU Regional Director, Ms. Atsuko Kuda, already standing and saying, "Philo, that's enough." But first, thank you everyone for listening to this forum. I'd like to thank the three gentlemen here. I know we can go on the whole day because I have lots of questions for you. So, Mr. Ilyas Ahmed, thank you so much for coming by, and of course, Mr. Amit Malik, and not forgetting Mr. Halasiri Ranattunga. And to the audience, thank you. If you have questions, we'll all be downstairs. Thank you very much. Are we allowed a question? Sure, you can ask a question, no issues. Identify yourself, sir.
Thank you. I think this is one of the most important sessions in discussion. Thanks to you, Philimona. I am S.D. Saxena, I am a physicist and I worked in telecom. I was the one who set up CDOT in the original team. And we were very privileged and honored to set up this institution, which became a sort of a catalyst for developing telematics in India, especially the rural telephony, which we talk about. See, I have been following this research aspect, R&D, and these areas for quite some time. In India, we have started a sort of thinking that jugaad, I don't know, I'll have to explain to you jugaad. Jugaad means that you do something and you do some tinkering and find a solution and get going, and that is called innovation. And I think it is very deceptive. It's holding us from doing big research. We need big research now. It cannot be just tinkering here and there. You need chips, you need chipsets, you need packaging, you need a whole lot of things. And now the new technology and the research which is going on is very different. So a man in the rural areas, he knows how to solve his problems and he does something or the other. But then the solution for a very simple problem comes from a very advanced technology. I'll give you one example of monsoon, for example, prediction of monsoon. The life of a villager depends on how the rains will be this year. And the prediction comes from some of the most advanced computers. And that's where we need different technology. Therefore, when we are talking of innovation, we should think of bringing big technologies, big research, and big efforts into India. You can't achieve by doing jugaad and tinkering. What is your opinion on this? Thank you.
That's cool. We take a little bit of time. So, which of you would like to answer this question? Very interesting question and observation. Thank you.
No, I could definitely. I think one of the advantages India has always had is a huge amount of intellect pool, right? But they always missed out because that ecosystem or that platform for innovation wasn't there. They couldn't leverage that. But you're absolutely right. But things are really changing today. At least I feel so. A lot of new areas like 5G, etc., where India is becoming a platform where a lot of young entrepreneurs are coming and leveraging this platform to think of newer ideas on how to scale. But the large change that you're talking about will definitely come from big research. But I wouldn't say that the small steps are futile. They're also very important because some of our problems don't need large research. It sometimes needs simple steps as well.
That makes sense. But research, of course, is the core of everything. And I think a while ago, my colleague, as we change, as we transform, and as we move into the digital realm, there need to be a lot of changes from government level in terms of infrastructure and so forth. So thank you, Amit. That's an interesting answer. And I hope that answers the question from the gentleman. Thank you very much. So once again, thank you, everybody. Stay for the next session, which is coming up. Thank you, Ms. Atsuko.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Phenomena, for her skillful moderation and all speakers for the lively and engaging discussions. Can I offer another round of applause for the panelists? Now, I'd like to move on to the next panel and introduce to you the moderator on Open Technology Innovation for SDGs, Ms. Bindu Srivastava, Director, Marcom International Relations and Legal Telecommunication Standards, Telecommunication Standards Development Society, India, TSDSI. Yes, please.
Just want a photograph.
And in the meantime, I invite the panel 2 members to take the seats. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Good, Amit, can we catch up? Yeah, for sure. No, thanks.
All right, good luck. Best of luck. Great moderation. Thank you. Hello, I can go
Good afternoon. It's indeed an honor to be moderating this session on open technology innovation for the SDGs. While we wait for our fourth panelist, Mr. Jigme Tenzing, let me please give you a very brief background. Okay, Mr. Tenzing is here. Now that we've discussed, Mo has explained to you what the role of innovation would be, it can be, in terms of achieving, helping better the society. And like it was discussed yesterday, digital technologies can be used for empowering society. It's no longer just a business, it's for empowering society. So here in this panel, we will be talking about open technology innovations in the context of SDGs. Very pleased to introduce the panelists to you. We have Mr. Jigme Tenzing, who's from the Royal Government of Bhutan, Additional Acting Secretary. We have Dr. Dr. Lavleen Chanana from SAP. We have Miss Astuti Jindal from Oracle, and we have Mr. Kishore Babu, Deputy Director General, Standards Research and Innovation from the Department of Telecommunications. In the context, in order to save time, I'll quickly jump to some questions to the panelists, because the previous panel has made our job easy. The role of technology in the context of innovations has already been established. So I'll request Mr. Tenzing to help us give your viewpoint on what is the role of policy in open technology innovation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and apologies. I think we had some parallel sessions going on, and we were having a very wonderful visit to see all the extremely incredible labs that you have here at CDOT. And because I was there, I was not, I was a bit late coming for the session. So it looks like there's been a slight change to the sequencing, but in terms of policies, I think what we could talk about is really looking at, especially from government's perspective, enabling environments to increase the innovation that any society or any country can take up. I think as a government, our biggest concern is while we maximize the benefits of innovation and digital technologies, that we do so in a very safe manner. I mean, ultimately, we have to make sure that the population is protected. We have so many fantastic things that innovation and technology can do for us, and particularly for developing economies where we have to really stretch that dollar for the rupee or dirham, and innovation can really give us an opportunity to leapfrog, to look at unconventional ways of addressing the challenges that exist. But at the same moment, we need to be careful that invariably we don't introduce challenges. I mean, we are all aware that the internet, mobile technologies, I think India has a very great example of GEM. We can really transform how services can be taken to the masses in terms of inclusivity, so on and so forth. But at the same time, how do you ensure that these same technologies don't introduce complexities? We have examples of artificial intelligence where there are concerning developments in terms of fake news, deepfakes, which can impact society as a whole. And we are yet to see, a credible way of addressing such concerns. There is a growing concern of cybersecurity, again, especially when we are talking about digitizing all our services, because definitely it's much more effective, cost effective in taking services to the masses. But at the same time, we are also making it far easier to take, to give access to the population. I mean, to the malicious actors to get access to your entire population's information. These are growing concerns, and where policy needs to come in is to ensure that that we, while we make a very conducive environment to adopt technologies in the quickest manner, because I think we were also discussing about how policy is having a very difficult time to catch up, which is definitely true, and we really need to be agile and much more adaptive in adopting these innovations. But we also have to be conscious that at the end of the day, if the population, the very population that we are serving, is made unsafe, is made insecure, then we would lose trust. And the technologies that are supposed to benefit the population, ultimately the population would lose faith in that. So I believe that these are the interventions, these are the policy areas that we would need to focus on. And just as an example, I'd like to add that one area of concern for Bhutan has been data privacy. Really concern on how do we protect the privacy of our individual citizens while we want to leverage the capabilities of digital transformation. And because of that, we have invested in our national digital identity, which is based on a self-sovereign, decentralized identity platform. Essentially, what we are doing is we are taking information that belongs to the public and giving it back to them, empowering them to be able to leverage the digital ecosystem to avail services, but without actually centralizing this information. So I think we will have to focus on such technologies that empower our citizens, but at the same time ensuring that their safety and their security is paramount on our minds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenzing. I just noted how to make the money stretch to be able to use digital technologies for leapfrogging on progress, at the same time protecting the citizens from the challenges, especially making sure that the usage of technology remains safe and secure for our citizens. That was a very important message. Thank you, Mr. Tenzing. Now I'll ask Dr. Chanana, why is open technology important to accelerate innovation, and what are the main opportunities and challenges for maximizing the use of technologies for achieving the SDGs?
Thank you. And indeed, nice to be here and getting into this esteemed panel on various aspects of open technology and SDG. I think what you mentioned, and practically, it was covered earlier also, sustainability or sustainable development remains the challenge for our generation now. And I think it would not be an exaggeration to say that the sustainability battle would be won or lost in Asia. So because we have 57% of the world's population with 42% contribution to the GDP and 45% of the energy demand coming from here. So, and plus the geographic, diversity and the enormous complexity that we have within the region. So it's very important to actually view it from three angles. One, from a responsibility perspective, the application of technology for sustainable development. And all of us are aware of the different use cases and different experiments, innovations which have been tried, whether it's the SDG 1 in terms of providing market access and financial inclusion for poverty, or reducing food wastage to supply chain on SDG 2 for hunger. Like that, I can count multiple instances and examples where technology can help for each individual SDG. The second most important part is people sitting in this world, the impact of the changes that in the requirement of the inclusive development would be the maximum on this part of the world in terms of the because if I take climate change as one of the SDGs, our rate of decarbonization is still slower than the global average, and the impact on us in terms of the reduction in GDP in Asia would be far higher than the global average of 18% that we are actually doing. The third part that we are looking at is the opportunity, and that is something that requires a rethinking in terms of viewing this achievement of the SDG goals as an opportunity also. And we did a research, as SAP along with a large consulting organization. We found that nearly 53% of the new socio-economic revenue models out of the attempt to generate new dimensions of sustainable business would actually come from Asia. And nearly half of the 133 million jobs that will be required to create, to answer those two requests will be from Asia. So there is an opportunity also. Now then comes the important question of how do I address that? I think the basic premise of addressing in terms of the technology is to build the sustainability part into the process itself. Sustainability or sustainable development cannot be an adjacency to the process. That's something that we will need to look at, and thereby we can talk of the controlling the emissions, controlling the waste, controlling the inequality that we are talking about. I think logically the application of technology should lead to three stages. One, the first stage is creating the data transparency, and that is the key. Once you have the data, and we always say that for some part of the world, the data is for regulation, for some it is for innovation, but for Asia, the data is for development. The data transparency is established. I can use that for making more strategic, sustainable decisions, and then extending it to the value chain. Now, and there have been multiple examples. We have been experimenting in Germany on this platform called Katina X, which is a data sharing platform, so that we know what exactly is happening in terms of each company, and then at the macro level. And it's an open in India. The India Stack, or the open network for digital commerce, that is getting established in terms of the democratization of the e-commerce space. The B2C and an extension of that to B2B is worked on. Use of blockchain for actually tracking the emissions, tracking the waste, and tracking the inclusive nature of product at each stage using green token that we are supporting. So variety of examples exist. So what is lacking currently? When we did this research, particularly on companies, particularly on business, because they have a disproportionate responsibility when it comes to the impact on the overall environment. Many don't even have a visibility to the metrics that they need to measure, and that is the key to create this. And then second, many even in things like ESG reporting, many still have to make assumptions to actually report. And that is where there are from a business perspective, there are series of reports. IDC has projected that there will be 25% growth in digital technologies for SDG. That's the market size increase that IDC is projecting. So there is a possibility of shifting from being profitably sustainable to sustainability profitable from a business perspective that we can have. The point that I'm trying to make through all this is, this is the time now that we have tested the scale in India, for example, on open technologies. We have tested the scale, the complexity, and on digital prowess, we have actually proven beyond any doubt this is the time now to actually have an interwoven digital and sustainability approach that can take us forward. And unless we integrate this and create what's in it for me, I think the siloed approach of claiming digital vis-a-vis the impact on this part would always keep on working. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chanana. Till some time back, I used to think sustainability means leaving, not utilizing all the resources, consuming all the resources right now, leaving something for the future generations. But thank you very much for pointing out that some studies have shown that working with sustainability at the core makes business sense also, and there is business opportunity. I'll now move to Astuti and ask her the question on what is the role of open source digital public goods and startups in open technology innovations? Astuti.
Thank you for the question. Firstly, I would like to congratulate ITU for opening the office in Delhi. And thank you so much for inviting Oracle into this forum for this discussion. This is a wonderful discussion. And I'm super excited to engage with ITU in any form and means as we go forward. So now coming back to the question. So I'll take it one by one, starting with open source. And what role open source is there in the open tech innovation. So open source and either standalone or with proprietary software, I consider it as a drop-in tool or an effective way in which we can actually implement or technically innovate. So when I say this, I mean it helps in democratizing technology so that it's accessible for any small or big businesses to actually leverage technology or open tech innovations so that they can meet their business requirements in an effective way, in a more flexible way, and in a more cost-effective manner. So, and in turn, it of course affects the way the business approach sustainability, because they can very well inculcate that open tech innovation for meeting the sustainable goals. And as Sir mentioned, that sustainability is everyone's business. It should be there in the entire value chain when it comes to business. It's not just government's role. It should be in each nook and corner of the ecosystem. And it should take along with every partner or a consumer. So that's how it goes. So on the side of open source, I would also like to highlight that there are big projects like Diksha, which is run by our government, which is a digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing, for the school education, for the, it is one of the largest platforms, and around 500 million students are accessing that platform, if I'm not wrong with the numbers. And it runs entirely on open source. And I take a pride that it runs on Oracle Cloud. So yeah, it's a big giant. So it's not just the open source in silos. It's also being contributed by many tech giants like Oracle, SAP, etc. So I'll also take an opportunity to quote that where we stand as open source community. So we have been kind of a leader, contributing leader, or a working being towards open source, and there's a substantial contribution we are doing towards Oracle Linux Foundation, Java Foundation, computing, cloud computing, and Eclipse Foundation. So now moving on to the second part of the question, which is the digital product goods. Now this word was coined in 2017, and since that it has gained a lot of popularity. And as UN Secretary General sees it as a roadmap for digital cooperation, as an open source or open data, open standards, as a means to attain the sustainable goals. And one of the beautiful examples for that would be the India Stack, which our Honorable Prime Minister referred to. So many of the advanced open source projects are housed by the India Stack. And it is one of the biggest platforms which is open for any government or any business to reap benefit out of it. So yeah, that is one of the classic examples for digital product or digital public goods. And this is one of the an important pillar and will be something which will really make us come together when we talk about collaboration in terms of attaining sustainable development. Now coming on to the third part, the startup, how the startup ecosystem contributes or has a role to play in the open tech innovations. We have seen a surge in the startup community in the last few years. And we have seen so many startups which are technology oriented, which have technology at their core. And a good business is actually when it thinks around sustainability, if we say so. And so we have seen so many startups which are having that funda or that value to start with. They have that goal in their mind that we have to be sustainable, or they are based on those sustainability goals. There are startups which are working for the plastic pollution, for curbing the plastic pollution, or how they can recycle plastic for the new goods, it's shoes, stickers, or whatever. There are startups which are working for improvising how the agriculture works, maybe using drone technology, and how it can benefit for improving the food security, which again tailors back to the sustainable development goals. So essentially, it may or may not be directly an intent to do sustainability towards sustainability. It could be other way around as well. So business run for sustainability is obviously contributing towards attainment of the sustainable development goals in a holistic way to the entire community. And having said that, there are a lot of startup nurturing programs which are being run by, again, many tech giants, and even now Indian government promotes so. So, which can be leveraged by the startups for building their ecosystem or building their technical knowledge and even for building their connects to go further and improvise. So, say there are programs for OTAT, Oracle for Startups, and I again take a pride that we have trained around 800,000 people in the last 12 months for building them and scaling them to bridge the gap of skill which we have as of now. And I heard the last conversation where somebody told that we are happy that the ecosystem is there now. Otherwise, the ideas used to die. So, not having an idea is not having an idea is not sufficient actually. Getting the right ecosystem for it to bloom is even more important. And I think we are in the best of the era, and I'm sure that this ITU office will be the jewel in the crown for the ITU.
Thank you, Astuti. Earlier, I used to think open source and deep technology companies may not go together. But like you mentioned, Oracle, the likes of Oracles have adopted, embraced open source technologies. And in fact, you're also, along with that, nurturing startups, because that is where some of the creative, good ideas come up. And it helps you on the value chain. Thank you very much, Astuti. I'll now move to Mr. Kishore Babu. I'll request your views, sir, on what can the Innovation Center do to accelerate this open technology innovation initiative, this open technology innovation ecosystem, sir.
Thank you very much, Bindu. First of all, let me congratulate all the distinguished members here and the distinguished management team from ITU as well as senior officers from Department of Telecom. The ITU India Innovation Center is going to set forth a lot many goals and objectives, especially to promote the objectives what you all been stressed and elaborated in the previous discussions as well. Coming to the specific question of about what the center, how it is going to promote innovation, how it is going to promote open technologies. If you look at the center of innovation, which is just blooming, which is going to become very big, in the coming weeks and months and years, is going to be a kind of epicenter for all the dreams and aspirations of the innovation ecosystem in the, I should say, South Asia region as well as the region, and also to many of the countries and innovation centers globally. To support and facilitate the engagement from this center, I want to share with you what the Department of Telecommunications has been doing and how it would continue to support these engagements. You might have all heard about some of the measures like regulatory sandboxes, or I should say the spectrum sandboxes, what DOT is considering to announce very soon, where any wireless technology can be tried and tested in any of the academic institutions in all the open bands, which are not yet deployed. And similarly, in the new bands, there is also effort to come out with some kind of centers in remote areas, how it can be helpful. And you also might have heard about telecommunication startup, action plan, which was announced during the India Mobile Congress, which stresses about TISM, in short it is called, how it's going to support the startups and as well as SMEs from end-to-end approach. Because some of you mentioned about silos, at the same time, some of you mentioned about scaling of issues, problems. All these issues would be tried, tested, facilitated with the startups, especially CDOT being the big brother here, who is going to help a kind of bringing a kind of digital glue among these small entities to build consortiums, to build consortium of ideas as well as pilots. There's going to be a second phase where all the efforts from the center are going to facilitate it. And third and most important one is that when a event happens, we go there and we see that, oh, this is what is happening. And when we hear a press announcement, we see that, oh, this is what's happening, and okay, this is the way I can partnership it. But at the same time, to help you ongoingly, the Department of Telecom has launched something called Bharat Digicom Network. Its main idea is that bharatdigicom.in, where over 250 companies are brought together, which are having an excellent and fantastic ideas. Perhaps there's an opportunity to expand it to the region as well. And it also brings in all the centers of excellence in the country, experts, and most importantly, how they can partner through standardization, how they can partner through pilots, how they can partner through by accessing and applying for the funding opportunities. All these initiatives have been brought onto one platform. So anybody who is working on innovation of any kind, in terms of technology, in terms of use cases, they can access the website, and there's going to be kind of mentoring from the experts from the country to support these initiatives. And you have seen yesterday in the Taj Palace in the exhibition, people are speaking about open networks, and we are speaking about open applications. And also you have seen some of the mobile companies who are showcasing open devices. So that way, if you look at technologies, or I should say, there are no boundaries. Any application or any technology itself is a mixture of many of the ICTs and many technologies are built into that. Making them more open, yes, as yesterday the senior leadership pressed and stressed that ultimately the objective is the Brahmacharya, where a common man empowerment with affordable and state-of-the-art services. I'm very confident with all your support and blessings, this center is going to become a great center to support all of us, especially how technology can reach common man in empowerment as well as addressing the challenges and also creating new opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kishore Babu. Especially your last remark about how the Innovation Center can be used for progressing, giving solutions to the problems of the common man. Many of the problems were mentioned, some examples were mentioned in the earlier panels and the discussions. Thank you very much, sir. And we will conclude the session with an open question to any of the panelists. If you would have any asks or recommendations on how this Innovation Center can be scaled up. I know that question may be a little premature because the center is just getting set up and we're still work in progress. But if there are any recommendations from any of the panelists on basis your experience of such activities, initiatives in the past, if you would like to please give any recommendations, any one of you. Dr. Chanana?
So, I can only, at this stage, I can only highlight some of the areas which could actually be taken up for further deep diving. I think one area that we can look at is providing a platform for horizontal replication of experience from one country to the other. That's something that we have been craving for long, and we haven't been able to achieve. I think this is a big opportunity. Second is providing a joint entrepreneurship platform that can actually help the entrepreneurs to learn from each other. And to me, the third big area that we can look at is the whole data-driven or tech-driven policy development, including the capacity building, that we are all looking for in this. these are some of the areas that the fund highlights, but what exactly can be done is still a matter of further discussion.
Thank you. Any other panelists would you like to? Yeah, Dr. Tenzing and then Kishore, Dr. Kishore. Ms. Kishore.
So from my side, I just wanted to, continue from what I was saying earlier. Innovation is good for everyone, but we need to also be mindful of how it can have a very disproportionate impact on society at large. So my recommendation, especially for our innovators, is to also take an approach that looks at safety of the public from day one, if possible. We have approaches to software development by focusing on secure coding. I think we could also maybe borrow from that and take a safe approach to innovation, looking at the potential impact that it can have on society. I think another thing is when we look at innovations, adopting it among different economies can be quite distinct. Large economies can have very, very different challenges to small economies, and there are very, very nuanced, differences. I think innovators must look at, or rather, must look at these nuanced differences and not, paint a very broad brush across and expect that the innovation that works in big economies will very easily translate to small economies. The differences might be minute, but it can be a very thin line between success and failure. So these are, I think, 2 points that I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kishore Babu.
Thank you, Bindu. I'll keep it simple. If innovation is a lab, funding, access to market, this is us. If we can facilitate that, trust me, innovation cannot be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Astuti, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think building an ecosystem would be an important thing when we are thinking of scaling. Moreover, as I mentioned, a horizontal layer wherein we can share our experiences, be it not only successes, I want to call out over here, but the failure as well, so that it's not repeated and it's not reinventing the wheel. That should be the idea.
Thank you very much. We will conclude the panel discussion, although this discussion could go on. Maybe we can continue the discussion and the audience interaction over the lunch break. I just want to thank all of you, the panelists, for bringing in some very, very nuanced perspectives on how the triad of technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation can go together responsibly for achieving the sustainable development goals. And like what Mr. Tenzing mentioned, very important point, we should look at innovation and technology with keeping in mind the safety of the citizens in mind at all times. Thank you very much for a very engaging session. Over to you.
Thank you, Bindu, for the excellent moderation, and to the panelists who shared with us very important insights. Do you mind having a photo? Yes. In the meantime, I would like to invite the panel 3 moderator and the panelists to take a seat on stage. And we apologize that there were some delays to start the opening, but the next session is very important to all of us, because we will talk about how innovation can reach the people in rural areas and how we can encourage the innovations through localization. So, Mr. Nitin, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll be in touch. I'll be lost. Okay? I need to plug in the laptop for the showcase. So. Yeah. So I'll Rory. Yes. I think it's set there.
देख रहे हैं।
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today with all of you. I know we are running a little late in terms of the sessions, and we are a little stressed, I guess. There's lunch to be served, so we'll try and make sure that this session is not extremely long or boring. Just wanted to once again thank all of you, all the participants, stakeholders, of course, ITU, Department of Telecom, Government of India, for making this area office a reality. My name is Nitin Wali. I represent ICANN. ICANN is the global body, multi-stakeholder global body, which manages the unique identifiers of the internet. I am the Senior Director for South Asia, and it's truly an honor, like I mentioned, to be here amongst this eminent lineup of speakers and panelists here with me to discuss something which is very, very critical to all of us. How do we enable the multilingual internet? So before we actually start the session, let me just give a little bit of background of the session itself. So the session itself, like Atsuko-san talked about, is connecting the unconnected by 2030. And what kind of innovative approaches are required to make sure that that really becomes a reality? And like I said, one of the things obviously is about getting the multilingual internet, getting those people in rural areas actually online, and make sure that the next billion people that we always talk about, how they actually come online and benefit from the internet. So let me start that, and I hope that with this intervention today, with these panelists here on board, we can come up with some insightful perspectives and some key takeaways which all of us as a community can take forward. Right? I think we'll start off with something that is very, very critical, but let me just give the names of our panelists here so you're all aware of who we are speaking to right now. On my extreme right is Dr. Ajay Data. Dr. Ajay Data is the chair of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, which is a global community-led initiative with members from about 120 countries across industry, academia, and government. And they are clearly the forerunners in terms of enabling universal acceptance of domains and the multilingual internet. Next to him is Professor Islam. Professor Islam is from IIM Kashipur. He's the COE head for public policy and government at IIM Kashipur. And right next to him is Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, who is the CEO of the National Internet Exchange of India. And again, he runs the .in registry, he runs the IRIN piece. So a very, very critical element of the internet infrastructure in the country. Let me just start off with handing over the floor to Dr. Data. Dr. Data wanted to actually showcase, start off with a showcase around EAI, which is email internationalization. So what that really means is that emails in different languages can actually talk to each other. So let me just hand it over to Dr. Data so that he can showcase that. Dr. Data.
Thank you, Nitin. This is a very important place to talk about bringing people who are not able to access internet the way we all are in this room. I heard a previous speaker talking about newer technologies creating a gap. And I was thinking, what about the existing technologies creating a gap? The internet is completely fragmented. You can see the people which are almost 60% or more do not speak English as a primary language, as a first language. Hence, how do they even type google.com, for example, or facebook.com, for example, or the government website, so on and so forth. If they do not know that, how to type, how do they access the basic internet per se? And that brings to the another point of email addresses. If I do not understand English, how do I understand ajaydata@gmail.com in English? Even if I understand ABCD,
the trust is not there because my primary language is Hindi. Imagine a scenario, you receive an email from the Prime Minister of Japan in a Japan language and you are receiving an award. Will you trust that email if it is written in Japanese? This is exactly the situation of the person who do not understand English and receives an English email. There is no difference. And that's where the ICANN created through the volunteers a group called Universal Acceptance Steering Group. I am the global chairman of that group. This is an elected process. And we are around 700 members in that group, almost 120 companies, including Google, Microsoft, Apple, and all the big techs. This group works to raise awareness about breaking the language barriers and ensuring that all kind of domain names and all kind of email addresses becomes operational, accessible, and accepted in all software applications. I'm going to take a minute or two to demonstrate how you could register and experience an email ID in your own language. But let me tell you, there is a bit of history around this. And history is that internet started with a domain name which has two parts, the right side of the dot and the left side of the dot. Right side is .com, .org. This is called top level domain name. On the left side is known as second level domain name. The right side of the dot, we don't have a choice. We have to pick out of that selection, whether it is .com, .net or .in. But on the right side, on the left side, we have a choice. I can type whatever name I want to and pick up that domain just like Google or nixie.in or pmo.gov.in, whatever name I want to put in. But I cannot have much choices around if I want to use rather .in, can I have AD, for example? I don't have that choice. This is a different process for top-level domain name altogether. Now the internet changed in almost 2008 when the internet started accepting top-level domain names in the language of your choice. The first one got instituted in Arabic language in 2010 in UAE. And in 2014, India accepted the IDNs, we call them internationalized domain name in your language of your choice. And we now, right now, have almost all official languages and is going to share about. Now, I have a domain name. Do you know about it? First, will it work the same way, the way nixie.in will work? Will I have the email IDs on those domain names? Is it technically possible? Will it work the same way my Gmail ID will work? All those questions do not have the clear answer. And that creates a gap in between the people who understand English and who don't understand English. Because the people who don't understand English are at a disadvantaged position today because neither they have an access to the Hindi domain name because the website is in English, the domain name is in English, and the email IDs do not work the way they should. Hence, this group works as a universal acceptance steering group to raise this awareness worldwide. And I cannot miss this opportunity to talk about Universal Acceptance Day that is coming on 28th of March. That is the world's largest multi-stakeholder event with 42 countries participating and celebrating universal acceptance on that particular day. That's going to be an annual event and you are invited to join this event. If you will Google Universal Acceptance Day, you will reach to the page and you will see the registration page also and you can join in. This is the mega awareness plan around it. Nitin, I got two email addresses here, one for the CEO CDOT and one for the director of ITU. Can we just hand it over and show? Can you please open this? Yeah. So can you please just Anilji, please come. Anilji will give it. This is so, and if the camera can show this on a larger screen, yeah, open. Yes. Can you zoom? Camera can zoom in this screen.
You can see the ID in Hindi. This is an email ID, and this email ID works.
Signifies ITU in .Bharat has come to India in Indian language.
So ITU, now you have an official ID which has Bharat in it and in Hindi. And if you promote ITU in India, this is the email ID you need to use. And this gives you another advantage to contact Anil to give everyone in ITU in India this email address to entire officials. This changes the way this should come on your visiting cards, and then it breaks the barrier that you can reach. It will reach to your mailbox so that you can respond and all that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, on this special day, I announce on behalf of Nixie that all emails in local languages to ITU will be provided absolutely free of cost.
There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ajay, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so another. ऐसा CEO वाले? नहीं, पता है जी.
Rudy is CEO. Is he not here? Is he here by any chance? Okay. Let's do the showcase.
Yeah.
Thanks. Let me just. All right. What else?
Can you listen? Yeah. Great. So Nitin wanted that we
We're just doing the showcase in terms of, you saw the
how do you get an email ID for yourself in Hindi? This is what we are going to talk about it here, and see that all of you can get an email ID in the language of your choice. And today, all the languages are available in all the Indian 22 languages, and along with some international languages, including Portuguese, Japanese, Chinese, and Russian and Korean. All those are there. So by the time this screen set up, if you have a mobile phone, you can try it out yourself. Install Datamail app, DATAMAIL. This is an app which is available to you on your phone, which will install that app and get an email ID of your choice in your language. That is straightforward, very much possible. I'm going to also show you, if the screen comes on live here. This is a 2-minute process. You will all see that, sign up, and you are simply done with an email ID of your choice. What I created is an email ID, pre-created them so that you can see this is how it looks like. If you know Hindi, for example, my email ID is ajay@data.bharat. And if you want to send me an email, if you know Hindi, then you can send an email to me at ajay@data.bharat. This is breaking the language barrier. Imagine I do not understand English. Now I have a certain level of trust, and I was hearing from the previous speaker that we have a security issue if we do not deliver and break. And I can't see anything here.
You can see it here.
Oh, let me try. Let me try that.
Sorry, yeah.
That's fine.
This is Murphy's law, so unfortunately.
This will be a problem because my eyesight does not pick up the mouse. Can you? Yeah. Can you click on this? Yeah. Can you sign up? Can you click on sign up? Cancel. Cancel this. Cancel this window. No. Yeah. No. Let's go on again. Yes.
So maybe till we set that up, let me just go to the rest of the panel.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So Professor Islam, I'll just come to you from a question perspective, right? I had one question. So how can India's software leadership enable the next decade? And that's the term that we are using here in India. And is the multilingual internet the next Y2K opportunity for the region and for India?
Thank you very much. Thank you, ITU and DOT for giving this opportunity for discussion.
Yes, it is possible. There are only two ways of doing it. One is to cover the last mile approach in reaching out to the people, the user, end user, who will need this. The multilingual thing, we realized it during it. We conducted a survey in Uttarakhand on all the 13 districts during the COVID, post-COVID scenario when we were doing the economic review report. We found that the kind of educational materials which our teachers, gave out during the COVID time when students were online, most of our rural students missed out because they do not have the proper technology and connectivity. And even where the technology and connectivity was there, the materials and the language of instructions were so difficult for them that they could not catch up with the rest of their counterparts in better schools and better urban areas. So we have to find out a way where this creating an email, for example, creating an email in Indian language, where we are discussing it. All of us, we know English. We have our Gmail and official email. I need the villagers in Pithoragarh, the agricultural farmers, they should know how to create an so that the covering the technology is there, innovations are there, software and applications are there. But the person who needed it most, living in villages of Assam and Uttarakhand or in Kerala or anywhere, they are not finding us. We have to bridge that gap through intermediaries like us, school teachers, university teachers, or whoever at that point of time. And only then we can realize that the people who are at the periphery, they are coming to the center of our whole internet-based activities. That's how the internet's next billion will be achieved.
Thank you so much, Professor Nam. That's indeed nice to know. Anilji, I'll come next to you, since obviously you represent the government and policy perspective. I have this question from you. How could this innovation assist our policymakers, government stakeholders in improving digital inclusivity and e-governance services? And of course, our government is on the forefront of all of that. But if you could share some light in terms of how this could happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitin. Let me start with the discussion which was going on from the previous panel also. He said, and as per the TRI report, that around 850, 816 billion internet users are in India. Now, as Ajay was telling about the importance of language, first of all, on one side is non-connected people. Around 550 million people are there which are not connected from broadband. But let us talk about that whether those 860 million people who are reported to be connected, are they using internet effectively? Are they actually able to go inside the depth of internet treasure which is available to all of us and utilize them, improving their way of life, improving their economy, improving their social way out? No. The figure which we were talking about is 88% of we Indians do not converse in English. It means that those people who do not converse in English but having broadband with them, they are using only for entertainment or sometimes going on YouTube. So I think it is very, very important and pertinent for the technology and for the people who are on innovation side. A big gap is there, how to fill up this gap and how the internet has to be brought on each and every citizen of this world. Government of India right now has given a slogan that we want to deliver an open, safe and trusted and accountable internet. When we talk about open, there are two parts of this. Number one, the internet should be connectable with all the devices across the world. And second part of this is inclusiveness. It means that internet should be available equally to everybody who are in city, metro city, rural, urban area, anyway. So important is that Government of India has taken
epic step in implementing universal acceptance, what Ajay is talking. The first step we have taken is that we have formed a multilingual committee, which are discussing, debating on how and what are the different areas where we have to touch, what policies which are required to be made, and how the implementation is to be done. Now, this committee is not only having people from government, but it has people from industry, including Google, Microsoft, Rediff, Zoho, to name few. Dr. Ajay Data is part of that committee. Committee has taken out a report on universal acceptance. Government has approved that committee report. And now we are in the process of implementing that report. Interesting is that the first focus is on the government. So our focus right now is to convert all government, whether they are in central government or in state government, websites as a UART. It means that every citizen of this country should be able to access those websites and consume content in their own language. Number two, that they can actually access the social media and the government websites using a local language email, what Dr. Ajay Data has demonstrated. The second aspect which government has taken is a very, very important, is a project called Bhashini. In the Bhashini project, we are making a platform, and that platform is so simple that, and we are collecting the huge amount of data in local language on that platform. That platform, access of this platform will be available to everybody, whether he is an entrepreneur, startup, or an individual individual. Just put your API and connect with the platform and come back. Just now, we have converted almost 11 languages, Indian languages, into the system. And the process is that suppose somebody is talking, say from a ASCII person is talking to a Punjabi person. So normally they don't understand each other language. But the process which has been defined now, and it is on test, is that ASCII voice will get converted into text. The text will get converted into Punjabi text, and Punjabi text will get converted into a Punjabi voice. So it is going to be a flawless, without interruption, the movement and the text and voice from one language to another language. Think about the time when all 100% Indians get connected to internet. It is always said that internet is producing huge amount of GDP. So if more 88% means 8 times, 10 times more people join internet as a bandwagon, the economy of this country will grow enormously. As far as Nixie is concerned, Nixie is working seriously on this. We are the only organization in the world which are providing domains in 22 recognized languages. Even China has the second one, which has only 2 languages which are in local language. To discuss universal acceptance and debate on this, decide how we have to go, we are celebrating a global UA Day. And I am very happy to inform you that ICANN and USG is kind enough to give the first global UA Day celebration to India. And Ministry of Electronics and IT with Nixie are celebrating this on 27th and 28th. On 27th, it is at Wiki, and 28th, it is at Manekshaw Hall. You can approach to globaluaday.in. You can reach to the website, you get all information. And if you want to join that online links are also available. Thank you. Thank you, Nitin.
Thank you so much, Anilji. This was really amazing. I mean, the facts that you threw out were amazing. Of course, all of us are aware of it, but we don't really think through all of that in terms of the challenges of internet penetration in the country, right? And I think now Dr. Data is all set finally. So yeah, Murphy's laws.
No, so I have just tried to give you a shortcut to tell you simply how an email ID, you can see, I think that is small, but I think still you can make it out what is written. So I have tried to create an email ID for Nitin Wali here, live.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Nitin Wali will have an email ID of his choice in less than 1 minute from now. So I have chosen the first name as Nitin, last name as Wali. I have just tried to save the time and filled it already. Nitin Wali is the login name. I have given the password, which I will share with you later. And nitin.wali.icon.org is the alternate email ID. What I have to just simply do is now is to create, just simply do the create. That's all I am supposed to do. And that's all I'm supposed to do. Okay, password length doesn't matter. ID created successfully. That's it. That's all it takes. You are all set. You will get an email on icon.org automatically, and your ID is created. If you have an app which you have installed, you'll be able to get it yourself. It's free to try. And ICANN has done in ICANN 73, 74 as trial. And this is an experiential AI. That is our own Indian app, and which you can install and use all the email addresses of your choice. And it is completely free, so you are not supposed to pay anything for using an experience in it. This is actually what Anilji has just said, is breaking the next wave of bringing internet online. Can I take 30 more seconds? Sure. Yeah. So let us imagine a scenario. I have never spoken this before. This context. I thought this is no better platform than this to share this thought. Imagine 1990, when some mad person was thinking to have internet per se. When there was no mobile phone, there was no Wi-Fi, there was no broadband, there was no lease lines, and somebody was thinking that we will have internet and world will connect. That was 1990. And then somebody was thinking, that was Winsor, right? Second person was thinking that can we have, rather than the numbers 202.157.68.5, can we name them? Those who are technical persons will know that when the initial internet was started, you were supposed to host a host DNS file in your own computers. There was no DNS. You had to create your own DNS in your own computers. That was the invent of internet. So when the DNS came, it became very simple, just like a bad example, but very near to the DNS example, your phone numbers. How do you know every phone number in your phone book, in your computer, in your mobile phone today? We don't. But you dial Ajay Data, it reaches to Ajay Data. Because in the back end, there is a number which gets dialed. Similar is example for domain names. You type gmail.com, you reach to gmail.com. You write hotmail.com, you write pmo.gov.in, you reach to pmo.gov.in. Similar, you don't know the IP address. Some host in the world is hosting that website. You don't know that. So what I'm trying to say is that invention of that internet was happening almost 30 years before. To me, we are cusp of the second wave of internet today, which is multilingual. This internet is taking a rebirth in a different way. But the good part is we have the sufficient infrastructure to ride faster. We don't need 20 years to have internet in everybody's hand. We could have a language barrier broken in next 3 years. Let me give you another example, then I will take rest. First 100 million users of anything happened in normal telephones, which took 75 years. 100 million, 75 years. Mobile phones took 16 years. World Wide Web took 7 years to have 100 million users. Instagram took 3.5 years. ChatGPT took 2 months. What I'm trying to say is the infrastructure is available to reach to 100 million customers in less than 2 months. Can we imagine the impact we can have today if the organizations like ITU and the government of India push their might behind to break the barrier? It is a matter of months, not decades. This is how we need to think now and make the impact in people's life who are completely deprived of having the power of accessing internet as good as we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ketan. I think you all realize that there are a group of very, very passionate people about the internet talking here. So we could probably have the session for another couple of hours for sure. But I think let's put an end to this. I just wanted to thank all our panelists here for this wonderful discussion. And if there are any questions, we are still around. Or you can route it through ITU. If there are any queries or feedback, we would be happy to have them. Thank you so much and have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Nitin, thank you very much for this wonderful session. And I think this really adds value to our discussion. Innovation for sustainable development goals. Without this component would not be possible. We cannot reach the unconnected by 2030. So thank you very much for bringing this important topic to our attention and to this forum. Now, would you like to take a photo in front of the, yes, please go ahead. And then I would continue for the closing. Yes, thank you. So I would like to move on very quickly to the closing. We heard a lot of interesting and important insights from experts, from ministers, and the participants who asked good questions. We took note of them, and we will make sure that that would inform the planning and operation of the area office in the coming months and years. And we count on you, as you heard, that partnership and collaboration is key for the success for all of us. And I look forward to working very closely with each one of you for the operation of the Innovation Center. And thank you very much for your patience, staying until the end. The lunch is served downstairs in the canteen hall. You are all invited to join the lunch. And I hope that we can continue this conversation. I'm pretty sure that you have many questions that you want to ask the moderators as well as the panelists. And we hope that this will be the beginning, not the end of our journey for inclusive and sustainable digital transformation. So thank you very much for your attendance and looking forward to having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I'm so happy to have this finally.
Finally it happened. I think I was happy that the email came through.
Yes.
This finally happened.
Yes.
And
we will definitely post
Sure.
on our website so that everyone knows.
Absolutely.
It will definitely create a buzz.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
If I can get the meeting.
Yes, please. Well, take your lunch. Thank you. See you soon. Yes. I will do that. So, we will continue.
Yes, please. Thank you.
We are here in sometimes how technologies we can leverage for sustainability. Oh.
Right. Sir, I called your number, so this time you something, but let me know. You see the area, we can just
अरे भी और चालू होना है हाँ? ये भाई कह रहे
दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है लाइट में। यही मीटिंग खत्म हो गई। खत्म हो गया खत्म हो गया। तो यही मालूम लगा आप लोगों को ट्राई कर लो ट्राई करने में